Hello to the people. Welcome. So, we are going to be doing some reading sprints. We are going to be, when I first sat down, I think it was like Tuesday. I was like, maybe, no, maybe it was Wednesday. Earlier this week, I was like, I want to do some reading sprints later on in the week. It's going to be some nice, chill time. I mean, at that point, some things had happened. There was the whole thing with Kay Webster. There was an ugly I think it's ugly. I'm gonna be pulling it up in a little bit, a special edition that was announced. Like, it was just, like, general, like, lightheartedness, and then Barnes& and Noble decided to just, like, set the bookish community on fire. So we are going we are gonna talk about the Barnes& and Noble foolishness that I think I actually have a very unpopular opinion on, and I'm fully prepared to be attacked over. So we are going to start there. And then at 15, we are going to do our first little sprinty sprint. So people will have time to come in and get settled. So if you are unaware, because you're one of the people that does not use Twitter, you don't use Twitter, Barnes and Noble has decided that they are only going to stock. This is for new releases, and I have only seen this talked about in the context of middle grade and like some young adult. So I don't think this is the case for adult hardcover fiction. I don't think it is, but it might be the case. They are only going to, you know what, Siri, ain't no one trying to hear you closing rings. They're only going to like stock the top 1 to 2% or like the top 1 and 2 book at any given publisher for a new release. So every new release is not going to be stocked in person on a bookshelf at Barnes and Noble. And the author girlies and the bookish community is like aflame over this. And I have to say, I don't care. Like here's the thing. Like, does this like disproportionately impact authors of color because they already just like aren't really represented? Sure. Like on that, sure. Because I don't think that they're like, are there well performing authors of color? Yes. But like it's the case for all releases from the publishers. The YA and middle girlies are just taking it to the tweets. Okay. So it is all. But here's the thing, like, my thing is that I am not a Barnes& and Noble shopper just because the nearest Barnes& and Noble to me is, like, an hour away. So I have to, like, really want to burn gas money, and in this economy, I have not wanted to. I'm also on a book buying restriction, so, like, I'm not gonna drive an hour out of my way to go to a store that I'm not going to peruse. Um, I am a Books A Million person, and my Books A Million is like the size of a Payless shoe stores. Like, it is a hole in the wall. There's hardly anything in there. And my local independent bookstore also does not get every single new release in person in the store. And so to me, I have already had this happening. Like every book that comes out just physically is not going to fit in the store. And I think that if you just from a pure business perspective, there was a tweet thread. What is it? I don't think that they will. Like, I don't think that this is really an issue because, like I said, like the stores that I go to already don't have every single new release, and it's not like they don't have variety. But I also find I was thinking about this when I went to the library earlier today, and I was trying to figure out how I could present me not really caring in a broad context, and I thought about, like I said, this tweet thread that I let me go ahead and copy that link, and I will hopefully the this is for, I think her name is Kathleen. Miss Kathleen wrote a whole little Twitter thread. And did it copy and paste? It did. Haha. So this is the thread I feel is not actually, let me open up my let me open up my chat on my phone to make sure that the link went through. Not sharing a tweet. What is Aaron sharing a tweet? Yeah, I didn't care about her. I really don't care about the Danielle Clayton thread either. This is the thing. So, because I did see the Danielle Clayton thread. Why are y'all calling me? I have already told y'all, do not try to schedule. Don't call it unless we are anyway, that's not the point. I'm with y'all. So, for me, the purpose of a Barnes& and Noble, like, it is it I re Kelly Yang, she really look, Erin is trying to she is sharing tweets with me, but here's okay. I don't know what's happening with Alex Astor, but s I'm sorry for her. I I think Jess included them in the book community that went up earlier, but, like, maybe it's my Barnes& and Noble, it's, like, the same books but in different places. I mean, it's my thing is, like, here every book that is, like, just on a there are I think the way that I think about this is that well, not only just because of my personal experience. Look, I like Kelly Yang. I really enjoyed Parachutes. Parachutes is still on my shelf, and when I was at the library, I got really close to picking up Private Label. My thing Kelly Yang, she like I said, she got 2 books out right now. She had oh, that are YA. She got 3 of her 4 little middle grade series that is, doing particularly well. She threw up a thing, I think that was probably from Time or like New York, the New York Times talking about her being the most influential. And I do think that the children are reading her books. But my thing is like, are the children going to the bookstore? Like, are like I see children in the bookstore when I go to the bookstore as an adult. Like, sure, I see them running around, but I don't see the children picking up the books. I see the adults picking up the books. And I don't really know. Like, for me, yes, I do go into a Barnes and Noble and I walk around the store. I walk around my local independent bookstore. But I don't think like the way that the publishing has moved to this like pre-order incentive, like the book gets announced and like for the next 6 months, all I see are author tweets reminding you to pre-order the goddamn book, and they want you to do this. Like the act of actually walking into a physical bookstore and purchasing a book, no. And so in the tweet thread that I tried to link, um, in there, they were talking. Oh, what was I? Let me just open the tweet thread. Let me just open. I don't like pre-ordering either. I like to walk in and grab the book and be on my merry way, but I don't care. You gotta go with who has the purchasing power. I get it. I mean, for me, it's not even like who has the purchasing power, but it's oh, that's what they were saying. So in the tweet thread by Kathleen, they were talking about how in ye olde days, in I mean, people do like to they do buy on Amazon, which is why that those books are cheaper, but it's like you can pre-order it from anywhere. You can pre-order it from a publisher's website. You can pre-order from bookshop.org, which will support independent bookstores around the country, and maybe your local independent bookstore. I say maybe because your local independent bookstore might not be part of the collective or whatever, so you might have to choose somebody else's local independent bookstore. Um, so do I, but it's like so in ye olde days, let me just get rid of this. In the ye olde days, the publishers, let's just say Penguin Random House, because it's about to be Penguin Random House is the only publisher in town. So in ye olde days, Penguin Random House could go to Barnes and Noble and they say, for $5 million, we want to purchase this much real estate in your store. And when the new Waterstones, like they like merged with Barnes and Noble, it's like the same CEO now. And so it's like now that they have the same CEO, the new CEO said, "Yeah, Penguin Random House, you can no longer give me $5 million to put your book in the store. We are not doing that anymore." And so now that they are not getting, the publishers are not getting to just put the book in the bookstore because they paid them $5 million, and they have to be like, they have to balance it between what is coming in from the publishers and every single Tuesday in a month. So there are 4 Tuesdays in a month. There's at least like 10 books coming out. Sometimes there's more than 10 books coming out from a single publisher, like not even the imprint. So when you look at the vast array of publishers, both the big 5, the independent ones, and then the big like self-published authors that are distributed in the stores, they have to balance it between all of these people. There is only but so much capacity that they have on the actual storeroom floor. And in the thing. So like I understand, like from a purely logical place, when you're balancing a new release and you're getting new content every single week, 52 weeks out of the year. I think even in like the slow months where like books go to die, like December, like late December, early January, those are like release dates I don't think anybody wants. Nobody wants a release date. I would say probably like the week before Christmas and maybe not even like all the way to like the 15th of January. That like nobody wants those. Like that's no one's trying to go to the bookstore during that time. Nobody wants it. But even in those weeks, a book is coming out. So 52 weeks out of the year, you're getting new content. So I understand having, and then you can't even guarantee the new content you're getting in is going to move the way that the backlist books are moving. Most of the books, when you actually take time to peruse a shelf in Barnes and Noble, and you actually do walk around, most of the stuff on the shelf is not new. A lot of the stuff that's been on the shelf has been on the shelf for a really long time, and it's keeping the store open. Like, now, do I think again? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I understand authors of color and other marginalized identities being worried because those authors, got to flourish in a time in a space for them to continue to be the top house, like the top person at their publisher. I do feel sorry for everybody. I will say the only authors I actually feel sorry for are the people at Bloomsbury, because Bloomsbury on all of their social media channels only pushes like five of their authors. Only five of their authors do they actually push. They only push Miss Rowling, even though she out here acting a fool every weekend. They only push Sarah. They only push Samantha Shannon. They only push Madeline Miller, and even the Madeline Miller is very recent. And sometimes like the fifth person will be whoever is like Bridget Kimmerer. Bridget Kimmerer has like come out of nowhere, and Bloomsbury public, and they're very happy with her. But everybody else on that roster is not getting any kind of marketing. And so, the only marketing you are expecting to get is to have your. And I also want to say that I don't think that having a physical book on a shelf is the kind of marketing that you you should want. And I do think that while it's sad that people are not going to be able to walk into a Barnes and Noble on a Tuesday and see, you know, a larger variety of a publisher's offering. I do think that this should hopefully motivate a publisher to actually invest in unique marketing opportunities and not be like, okay, well, we gave Barnes Noble $5 million, so it'll be on the end cap, it'll be on this table. You know what? Like, it's you have to do something. A book in a bookstore is not marketing. Like, these are just literally sitting here. So, like, hopefully, this means that publishers are going to be smarter in how they market a book, because I don't know if she's like actually big, but I do know that if you actually go to the Bloomsbury, and I'm only on Instagram. I don't know what they do over on TikTok, but Instagram, on Instagram, Bloomsbury is talking about her little series every day, which is big for me because before her it was really just Sarah and JK. It was really just those two. Madeline Miller, she jumped up a little bit, especially like I would say like a year, like during quarantine, the girlies really rediscovered Madeline, and so the Bloomsbury Instagram started pushing her more. Bridget Kimmerer she has been around. She has like a bunch. She has like 3 or 4 contemporaries, I want to say, that were big when I first joined BookTube, but her newest fantasy stuff has like really just like shoved her in my face. Can't escape her. Can't escape her at all. But let me scroll back up because I know that there are probably some good points that I missed. Let's see here. So those are everyone saying hi. Also, we were supposed to read in like 1 minute. That's obviously not going to happen. We'll just do a longer sprint to like make up for it. You just spent money. I mean, I don't think they're acting up. And it's not like the books are unavailable for you to purchase from them. Like, you can still go on barnesandnoble.com and purchase the book and buy Burgess, at least if you live in the US. And I feel like this really only affects people who live in the US anyway. And again, if they're trying to be more like an independent bookstore, you cannot go into an independent bookstore and find every single new release on a Tuesday. You will get the big new releases, the buzzy ones, and maybe a couple of the smaller ones that maybe one of the staff read and they really liked. So I think that the only difference is obviously the independent people can purchase whatever they want for their store. And from what I've gathered, the booksellers themselves, like at the store, like the managers at the store, are unable at Barnes and Noble are unable to purchase quantities of some of these titles. That I think is probably the only part that I don't like. I don't like that it's like if it was a regional, like if it was like a store by store basis or in a region or something, and they were able to stock it, I could understand. That would make more sense to me than just like a blanket. No one is we can't purchase this all around, but I feel like that's the nuance and not, oh, I can't get it up. Like you can still buy the book. Like you can still get it. It'll still be there. Reading the first binding by R.R. Verdi. Yeah, that's an R. The high fantasy is just okay. It's the case for all. Okay, we did highlight that one. We did highlight this one. You haven't been to Barnes & Noble in a year, so like I kind of get why they're trying to cut spending. I mean, I kind of get it too. Like again, like some of the Barnes I do for some of the locations, I'm like, this is weird because I know there are several like 2-story Barnes and Nobles. Like there are some Barnes and Nobles with a ton of floor space, and I'm like, what are you gonna fill it with? If I guess more backlist. But makes sense. I like saving money, so I will go wherever things are cheapest. Screams. I mean, I do think that they are going to close one day, but I think that this isn't going to be the reason why. You feel a little better because 3 out of the 4 books are by Black Latino authors. Still sucks. I mean, yes, it does. Was this? Maybe it's my Barnes and Noble is like the same, but okay, we did highlight this one. Yeah, that video was wild. We highlighted this one. The kids in your country, India, are going to the bookstore, but they ain't buying middle grade. They're buying Miss. This I believe. This I believe. I mean, do I think that children like buy books? Yes. Do I think that they tell their parents what they want to buy? Yes. But I also like when I was a child, I was getting books at the library, and I was getting books. It was really at the. I mean, I bought a couple of books as a kid, but those were mostly things that were already pretty popular. That I was not buying any deep cuts. If we're gonna, like, you know what I mean, like all of the like to relate it to a music, I was buying singles. I was not buying whole albums trying to find the deep cut, and I wanted to buy the deep cut book. Like if I wanted to read something that was a deep cut, I was getting it at the library. I wasn't getting deep cuts at the bookstore. We highlighted this one. Audiobooks are readily accessible. I mean, I think you can get audiobooks from Barnes& and Noble now. I don't know, though. Don't quote me. There's only about 3 authors. You will pre-order. Everyone else, I'm not doing that. I mean, this is me too. Like, I also do not pre-order, but I do think in the short time that I have been on BookTube, short time, that's a lie. I've been here for like 12 years. But even from like when I started to like where I am now, like the pre-order game, like that's really the only kind of marketing you will see for a book. It'll just be like the book is announced. They give it, maybe it's not the only. You'll get like a cover drop. If it's a big author, you might get like some teases as to like what their next book is going to be. Or if it's like not like a big author, but it's their sophomore, their follow up, you'll get like a title reveal. You might get a cover reveal. One of those you'll get a synopsis alongside, and then it's just like pre-order the links and then promises of a pre-order campaign, and then that's kind of the end of the marketing. And so it's like if the marketing is really just get everyone to pre-order the book, if everyone is trying, if the largest group of people who are ever going to read your book the moment it comes out, you have moved them to a pre-order system, then what is the incentive for Barnes and Noble to have that book on the shelf? If you are not going to drive them into the store where they might also pick up like a reading light or some stationery or one of their candles or some of their bookends, like if you're not going to bring them into the store because you're a random author, you know what I mean? Because everyone who wanted to support you, they have already purchased from your pre-order link, and now they're going to get like an enamel pin, or they're going to get a signed book plate and like a bookmark. Why are you on the shelf? Like, why would they want to put you on the shelf? And it's not because I'm sitting here hating authors and I want all these people to like I don't know, eat rice and beans for the rest of their life as like struggling artists. But Barnes& Noble is still a business. Like, I understand that it's your dream to be an author, but Barnes& Noble is a business, and so they are going to do what is best for their business interests, and that is not always going to be aligned with what is best for you as an author in a traditional publishing system. And there have been some comments about, like, isn't, distribution, like, the reason that we go into this? And it's not that your book is being distributed. Sure, your book is, in theory, being distributed less because you're no longer on the shelf. But even in 2021, 2022, during the hype of the pandemic, there was an entire group of authors that had to like launch their book. People could not walk into a Barnes and Noble and find it on the shelf. And sure, some of those authors have, where did they go? They poof into the panorama. But some of those authors that you could not walk into the store and buy their book are doing just fine. They released a follow-up also in the pandemic. They're on their third book. Like, I don't think this is like the death sentence that it's being presented as, although it will, of course, impact people and their livelihoods. But it is what it is. Libby has been an app readers are starting to use more, so they'll just borrow the book or ebook. Yeah, exactly. I think that there are just a lot of changing. Exactly, like bookstores, their books are expensive and they're a luxury item. Like, I understand that it's like the YA girlies and the middle grade girlies that I'm seeing because that's who I follow on the internet. But like brick and mortar stores are expensive. Like they have to. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. Paperback is paying the bills. It is. I mean, to be fair, like not some YA girlies, their book never comes out in paperback. So I understand like why they're pressed, because in their contract they have to sell X number of copies to even get to that paperback run. But I like shopping used books in person, but for new books, I already know the small number I want and I can afford, and you're not browsing new in a store. This is also me. This makes sense. This makes sense. Not shucking and jiving like Chloe Cole. The girlies are already over there shucking and jiving, so I don't know if they got too many two steps left in them. We talked about Miss Kemmerer. Barnes and Noble is literally 8 miles away from your local bookstores, right across the street. That's where you're gonna go. I mean, that's fair. Promoting Madeline is not difficult, but here's the thing. Here's um it don't like they but they push her like she just dropping new stuff. She pushing they like the Instagram will make you believe that this book just came out. So like they're still pushing it. I think it's easier the past couple of years because there was like a special edition. It was like a 10-year anniversary for the Song of Achilles, and then they put out they got to push the Illumicrate editions. It's easier for them to push Miss Turfling because every year now they got a new illustrated edition. And I feel like they signed them contracts to put out them books before she went like full on crazy. Because I can't imagine that they're really reaping the reward on investment there. Like, do I think that they're still making a profit? Yes, but I feel like the profit margin has to be getting slimmer. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody talking about it like it's happening at Waterstones. From the threads that I've seen and people talking, like just on the general internet, like I think that maybe I read one article. It sounds like this is already how Waterstones operates, but maybe it's not because I don't live there, and all of the books that I've ordered from Waterstones have been from like really popular authors. So they would have they would have they would have been in the store. That's what I was trying to say. So for the Elemental, Miss Kemmerer started with Elementals. You love that series. Would get her arcs. You haven't read her new stuff. Okay. I haven't read anything by her, so I don't know if she's good or not. I just know that she be getting pushed. Not Miss Dash Dash never going to the bookstore. I get what you're saying though. It's not these people are taking a really long time to recognize what shows the fuckery that the public. Yeah, the publication system is wild. Please use your local library. If you can't access it physically, use Hoopla or Libby. Your system got a $500,000 budget cut this. Ooh, wow, that is quite the budget cut. I just got back from the library, so I use them quite frequently. Also, Books-A-Million is a choice if you want something smaller than Barnes & Noble. That's where I go usually. Burning God. We are going to do our little sprinty sprint 25 is too close. We're going to read at 30. So this is a 5-minute warning because I feel like I'm almost caught up now. I think. Yeah, I'm almost caught up. So I will be caught up in the next 5 minutes. We're going to read for 45 just because I will have talked for half an hour about Barnes and Noble. So we're gonna be in it. Bookstores in general have to change with demands, and I get that. I do feel bad for authors who not get the chance to walk into a big bookstore like Barnes and Noble and take a photo with their book. I do too, but I also know that this is already like last year when I was going. I don't think this was what is it, Kayla Zhao, who wrote How We Fall Apart. I don't think that was their debut, but I would walk into my book before I read it and I didn't like it, but I got it from my library. When I was looking to actually purchase the book because I was really excited to read it, I would go into my Books a Million every day, and every day it would not be in stock. Like a week later, 2 weeks after that book came out, like already at my Books a Million, I feel like, to be fair, like my Books a Million is like, again, it is a hole in the wall. It is a very small location. It's inside of a mall, so the bookstore can't be very big. Um, so it's like I'm already used to like going into a bookstore and not seeing a hyped new release that I want to read, and it has not stopped me from being able to find the book. And I feel like if you are going to purchase a new hardcover book in middle grade or in young adult fiction, and especially in adult, I feel like you might have the means to go to a library of some kind, whether it is a public school library, a local library. I feel like you will still have access to this book. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me though. Kindle books are the way to go. I know that's for a lot of people, but I can't. I don't think I could pre-order everything on Kindle. I did not buy a book for yourself until you were an adult. The library was your place for most part, still is. So I don't care. I mean, me and the library are best friends. We have reunited. You only pre-order books from authors you read from before and love. Pre-ordering seems to be something a lot of people do. I mean, I do think a lot of people pre-order books because they're pretty, which is another. I do want to have a conversation about. I think with the proliferation of book boxes and the idea of like special editions before you've been able to read the book is something I want to talk about because I do think that there is some inherent value lost in getting a really pretty edition of a book you have not read. Because then so many people on BookTube are also like, I don't want to read this version of the book because it's so pretty. And it is a collector's item, but it's not really because it came out at the same time as the regular book. And so I do feel like there is some, and it's not Illumicrate's fault or Fairy Crate's fault. I mean, if anybody, I think like Owl Crate was one of the first and like the originators, and even they weren't doing like crazy different editions, and they still don't. But it's like if you're doing these really crazy different editions of books, and some people have not read those books, it's weird. Which is why I kind of like the Illumicrate archives more because those are books that are out and people have read, and so like it being a really pretty collector's item makes more sense than some of the other things, but that's an entirely different conversation. Even as an adult, you buy puzzles from the bookstore more often than books you've only heard a little bit about. That's what the library is for. Again, the library is my best friend. Curious to know how Barnes and Noble gathered or will gather their data and how to narrow it down to be on the shelves as the time. I think that they get this information from the actual publisher, like, or they look at their sales data and they go, I guess, imprint by imprint. Paperback run is ridiculous because it's cheaper to make, so it shouldn't take. I do think that if this is going to be their new policy, you might see. I don't work in publishing. I have no insight into how future contracts will be structured, but I do think that authors we might see YA in middle grade become more like romance, or some of like the midlist authors, they might get a first run in paperback. I think this happens very rarely with like some smaller presses, but maybe the big five or the big four, the big two, whatever we get next, they might go into like first runs in paperback or a seasoned author. I'm assuming this is like in the same comment. After hearing the convo fleshed out, now you're curious about data collection at this point. I'm sure that somebody Waterstone's international books are paperback more often. That is very true. That is true. I don't know why we don't, but we don't. I think it really is just a price thing. I think the publishers just um wants more money, a larger margin, but I don't know. It's investment drama because if I want a book, I contact your library. I mean, I understand that like It's a national policy, so I'm assuming it's their national numbers because even specific stores can't be like, "Well, this author really sells well here, so we're gonna purchase them." This is also true. This is true. You think it's how Waterstones operate actually. One of the really popular books or books you've heard of there. See? And Waterstones, I think Waterstones just had like a really great fiscal year last year. So this is true. This is true. They be doing the most. It's something about a physical book that really hits different for you. I love a physical book too. Let me run through these before we get to an odd place because we're supposed to read now. 80% of book sales are ebook and audio. Aaron coming with the stats. You also like to have multiple formats. See, you are helping keep publishing afloat because if I have a book in one format, that's the book I have it in. I mean, like there might be a couple on my shelf that I have in multiple formats, but one of those formats was definitely free. Definitely, like you know what I mean. Like I don't usually buy into special editions because okay, we're gonna talk about special editions after the sprint. Let me. I'm trying to get caught up here. You get it for the finale of the series, but otherwise, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I will agree with this part. You buy books all the time in all formats, and I'm a little change won't stop. I mean, this is true. Like but this thing is like also not going to stop most people. Like I don't think that a mom of let's say like a mom of two who's like little girl really wants to read Key Player by Kelly Yang and they go to Barnes and Noble and they don't have it. I feel like that mother will still find a way to get their daughter Key Player by Kelly Yang. Though in that case, I get why middle grade writers are particularly demoralized. I mean, I think so, but I do think that if a parent was willing to take you to a Barnes& and Noble and they were willing to purchase this book for you, they will also be willing to purchase this book for you from barnesandnoble.com. And you don't even have to like go home and order it. You can order books online in the store. I'm sure that that is still the case. I'm sure that if you go to a Barnes& and Noble location near you and you say, "Hey, I want to purchase Kelly Yang's new book, Key Player," they're going to say, "Oh, we don't have it in stock, but we can order it for you online. Would you like us to do that? Would you like it to get sent to the store or you want it sent to your house?" And they'll walk you through that entire process in the store and you will hand over the cash in the store. You can still be able to do all of that in the store. We will not leave with the product. And that's okay. It's okay. I'm sick and paying $20 for a middle grade hardcover that'll take 8 minutes. So I think a lot of people would be happy if they went straight to paperback. Your audiobook and audio mixed girly. I can't read along and do that. I can't do it. If you're getting an audiobook, then it'll be from Libby, so likely free for you too, unless it's not on Libby. That's true. Yeah. See, I I like the appeal of having multiple formats, but I am also like I'm a broke bitch, and I don't need to be extra broke because I own I own too many copies of something. If I love a book, the ebook and physical will both be bought. That's interesting. I could do like audio and physical, but I don't think I could do ebook and physical. Don't well, I did that for Leviathan Wakes. I own the ebook and the audio. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I can't imagine that they couldn't. I I've personally again, when I go to the bookstore, it's to leave with a physical copy of the book. And I can just go on your website and do it, but I know that they will do it. Like I know they will order the book for you in the store. I've seen other people do it. I only have one. I have the Arc, and it's a digital copy, so it's not even like I own a physical Arc. And then the Illumicrate is the only one that I have. It's the only reason I got off the wait list was to get Babel, and I'm not ever because of my like I said, I'm gonna hold out for like 1 minute so we can start at a 5. Still gonna do a 45. Let me go over here so I can change the little kitty cat timer. The kitty cat timer is going to meow. You're gonna hear the meow. It's not your cat. It's not my cat. It's the internet cat. So you get scared. I can't really do much for you there. Also, I should probably share a bundle option. I feel like that would be interesting. I don't think they would ever do that, but I do think that there is a group of people that would like it. I also think that it just makes sense that if I already own the physical edition of the book, I think that there should be some way for me to get the ebook. Now I understand that you can't just put it in the book, although with this new move where not every book is gonna be on the shelf, maybe for, like, the midlist books that it's like, if your book doesn't get stocked at Barnes& and Noble, we're gonna put the QR code in the back of the book, good for a free ebook. So you can have this physical paperback and an ebook. So, with that said, it is 35. I have rambled on. We are going to be productive, and then we'll come back together for some more hot topics. Really? That's not there we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. So I started the sprint thinking I was going to read Zodiac Academy because I told you guys that Miss Booked and Busy wants to torture me. And it was when I went to pick up a hold at the library, it was sitting on the new release shelf. So I picked it up because I wasn't spending my hard-earned money on this book at all. And this book is so bad. I read 56 pages of Zodiac Academy, and when I tell you this book is giving middle grade, that feels like an insult. It feels insulting. I also think that my library got like a janky edition because the this is like a map, I'm assuming, of the campus. And while you can kind of see it on the page, like there's very clear like printer marks where like it was running out of ink, and so there's just like a line. Where is it? This way? Yeah, like there's like a line of like white, just like straight down the thing. And it's very pixelated and it's giving low quality. And maybe that's what it looks like, but I have a feeling it's not. And I've seen people take pictures and like hold up like this, and it's just gray. And on maybe it's like a Bookstagram filter, but on Bookstagram, this be looking black and like really, really nice. And again, it's this printer issue where it's just like white, just like it was running out of ink, and they were like, "Yep, print the book, print the book, print the book." So I don't like it, and so there's no way I could read this book for 45 minutes. So what I decided to do, because I'm gonna be too lazy to change Pomo Kitty, and I know that we're gonna talk for a hot second about special editions, that we're just gonna do another 45. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read Zodiac Academy for 20 minutes, and then I'm gonna read a book that I want to read for 20 minutes. And the book I want to read is the Book of Godel. So, which I thought it was Gothel because whatever, but I'm listening to the audio. They're saying Godel. I'll say Godel. I'll be respectful. And it's a fairy tale. It is a fairy tale retelling. We're learning about the person we refer to as Mother Gothel, but her name in this book is, let me pull up the description on Libby, Helawise. I would hate that too. Okay, I will look at those during the sprint. So yeah, so Psychic Academy easily I have not DNF'd. I want to DNF. Where did that comment go? Where did the comment go? Oh, here it is. I want to, because this is like it feels like an insult to middle grade to call this middle grade, but the writing is bad. Like not even good. The first 2 chapters are unnecessary. These characters being twins, unnecessary. And for an author duo that has written numerous books, I had no idea, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4 pages at the back of this book of all of their books. And I don't even think this little listy list includes, oh, it does includes most of the Zodiac Academy books. So it's just like they've written like 4 dozen books, 4 dozen books maybe. I'm not going to count them, but there's 4 pages. And for them to be this prolific, to be having y'all are paying special editions for this. I'm mad that my library purchased this. This feels like a waste of taxpayer dollars, or however they get money over there. But let me catch up with how you guys are doing, and then we will go into the special editions, which I have an announcement that I didn't think I was going to have at the start of this. So let me go back to here. I never actually placed an order for the Waterstone special edition, just because the only thing that was special about it would be the black sprayed edges and the fact that R.F. Kuang signed it. And when I thought to myself, do I want to pay or when you order from Waterstones to get the UK covers, the shipping on that is like the price of a regular book that you could order from Waterstones. And so when I thought about it, I said, it's really like, I like you, R.F. Kuang, and I love Babel, but it's not worth it And even if I had the opportunity to be in the like book only box for the month of August for Illumicrate, Crate, I would have been fine with that because even their shipping is a fucking expensive. So when I get UK books, I just order them through Blackwell's now because they have free international shipping, at least to the US where I am. And so I get the pretty cover and that. So if I were to ever, like, if the Illumicrate Crate edition comes and it's hideous and I don't like it and I wind up selling it on eBay, I will just get a hardcover Babel from Blackwell's, and black spray paint is like $5. Bundle with the audio would be a nice option. I mean, audiobooks they're expensive, but sometimes like when I be going to like put the price in for my spreadsheet, which is the only time I look at the prices because I don't actually pay for audiobooks. Uh um Sometimes they're like cheaper than an adult hardcover. And I'm like, wow, the more you know. My thing with an audiobook is like if I'm going to spend $20, I would rather spend $20 on something I can look at and not $20 on something that I own forever. Because often, like, if I spend $20 on a hardcover book and I hate it, I can take it at like half price books or something. Or if it's in the 30-day return window, I can return it. With an audiobook, I'm never going to return the audiobook. Like, it's just not going to happen. I'm going to be stuck with that. Like, I know that you can return it, but I'm not doing all that. Not for me. Audio Maison, it does. Oh, they do? The more you know. I know that the KU people do that a lot. Like the KU people are big on bundling, that they'll give you like a discount on the audio if you purchase their actual book, or if you sometimes with the some books that Amazon, they're not self-published, but they're published through like an Amazon imprint. I think it's like Montlake is one of them, because like the Bennett sisters is that one, the other Bennett girls, the one by Eden something. Her book is like it wasn't independently published; it was published by an Amazon imprint. And if you borrowed or you bought the Kindle version of that, you just got the audiobook for free. So I listened to that book when I got that ebook, and it was a fine book. It was okay, allegedly, but you didn't, so you didn't read either. You watched the new Philosophy Tube video. Hopefully, you had a good time. I'm on the edge of my seat, waiting to see what you read or didn't read. 13%. Read one chapter of Requiem for of Silence by L. Penelope. 60 pages of Britt Marie Was Here. You're a fan of the a Kindle ebook audio combo. This is a combination I could get behind if I was an ebook person, but nope. I bought a Kindle solely for my NetGalley arcs, and even then, I'm still behind. You're gonna ask about that on the podcast. Yeah, I was definitely supposed to be reading 2 different books today, and that was my intention. And then I picked this up at the library today when I went to pick up, because I also grabbed the physical book for the Book of Godel, and that's what I was at the library to pick up. But then I saw that they had this, and I said I have to grab it because even though I don't want to read this, this is the only opportunity it's gonna have. So I had to strike while the iron was hot, and I think I can renew the 2 books. Well, one of them I own, so I can read that book anytime. But the other book I wanted to read this weekend, I think I can return it. I can renew it one more time, and I don't think it's actually even due until like the 6th of September. So I want to get to it because I want that video done by August, but I think I can make it work. Yeah, it's not very good. Got distracted, but you read 4%. Clearly, you just started reading Fake It Till You Bake It for Kenya's book club. You're on page 29. I was tempted when I went to the library today to see if they had a copy, and they do have a copy, but it's checked out. So I hate that for me. Never did think they would. I didn't think it either, and I hate it because the book is horrible. You're working, so you didn't read going into a meeting. Okay, well, have fun working. Hopefully, it's productive. So far it's good. It starts off and I was confused because I wasn't, I was trying to like get settled, and they were talking about emails, and I said emails, emails, but it was just a prologue. It was a setup, and I understand the setup. So now we're back in the little fairy tale moment. Let's see here. No reading for you. You're working. Hopefully it was productive. I know, but I want to. I know it's not middle grade, but the writing, when I tell you the writing is so bad, it was like here's the I don't think that your adult, because I understand it's like new adult, whatever they want to, stealing people's money, um, stealing people's money, and I was like, what is it? Okay, I have centered myself. In I think they do this even in the what is that book? Little Jessica Townsend book where, their life is like changing. I'm like, these are grown women, they're 18 years old. Also, there's a depiction of foster care that I'm just like, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like their little depiction of foster care, but these like two little twins. I was also like, why do we have twins? Like, is this just for clicks and views? There doesn't seem to be any reason for them to like be two different people because they are like the same person and we just met them. I feel like if they're going to be the same person, then you should at least like wade into the waters later in the book. You can't introduce the two people as being like the same, but they're both like these little badass little girls or whatever, Tori and Darcy, and they get whisked away right now and they just got there. Also, everybody at the Zodiac Academy having some like foolish celestial name. We got a Professor Orion. There was like a Nova. There was somebody else. And I was like, everybody, like it's giving this book was written for fifth graders. Like, or maybe not fifth graders, but people with like a fifth grade reading comprehension level. That's what it's giving. You missed the first one. Fake it till you bake it. It's a tad dramatic, entertaining. Good news, you'll be cutting it very close to the time the live comes up, start to finish. You got this. You read 40 pages of Southern Book Club. Okay. And it's slightly slang. Interesting. I'm happy because I was going to continue to do them, even if it was just for me. I'm looking forward to doing that. Bringing the Friday reads back over on the Patreon. So if you are interested in audio only content, that is where you will find it. So glad you found the channel through the sprint. I'm happy you are here. We're gonna do our next sprint in a little bit because we are gonna go back and we're gonna talk about special editions because during our Barnes and Noble discussion, I brought them up and I want to get to that. You've been listening to Tempted by Danger by India Carter while cleaning. Look at you being productive. Yeah, it's like, so the book, I don't, because it's not in the synopsis. So the setup for the book and the prologue is we have like this researcher who seems to be like trying to like find a position in some kind of like university. She's trying to do like a thesis moment, and she has been studying medieval literature and like writing her little papers and like trying to get it peer reviewed and things. And this woman emails her like, hey, I have this thing, you might be interested in it for your work and like your field of research. And the book that she finds is the Book of Godel. And so now we are in the Book of Godel and she is telling us her little life story, and I'm very much looking forward to reading it. I'm hoping it's going to be just as good as the Heather Walter situations, because I would love for the Fairy Tale Girlies to come out swinging in 2022. Welcome. Let us know what you're reading. Hopefully it comes in soon. I would not say that I'm excited. Would not say that I'm excited, but I love it for the girlies. I love this for you. It's an A+ read. I didn't hear about the light. I don't know anything about Light Lark, so you're gonna have to go. I think like I said the first time, Jess started being too harsh on the Light Girl. I don't know. You're gonna have to go to Jess Owens. I feel like Jess Owens did a video. I think I saw it in the background. I think she also talked about the K Webster of it all. So I'm not even gonna touch on K Webster. Gonna be reading Aquawar, got less than 200 pages. Apparently the author did not deliver the tropes she promised that are going to be in the book, and the arc was criticized. I mean, if y'all got swindled and scammed, I don't know what to tell you. I am going to share my screen because we had in the Barnes and Noble of it all, we had a conversation about the necessity for special editions when a book is currently being published. And I think that that's, a little foolish. It seems like a bad idea. And so I like the idea of you, and I also want to say that I think that there are special editions. The slow trend of books that are not fantasy getting really pretty editions makes me very happy. But this specific edition was brought to my attention by one booked and busy because I don't. Why are we here? How did we get to the place where we are getting this? What circle of hell do we have to live in for the seven husbands of Evelyn Hugo to get a special edition? I have several questions, but why do we exist in this world? Because who is this for? Like, and it's very they only announced this one, which is going to have a digital signature, exclusive in papers, all of this. But the seven husbands exist in a broader world. And is what? Not $50. Not $50. Uh, okay, so this is the original. This is like the getting our toes wet, right? So they're gonna do this. If you would like a copy of this, it is not part of their normal monthly subscription. It is £35 or 46 US dollars and shipping. You know what I have to say? That I don't understand how every book box does not have free shipping. Like I understand, I understand like international shipping like is something, but like we need the book box community, they need to come together and just like raise the price of the box so that it covers shipping. Like even if you have the box priced at like $60 and it's $60 every month, I would rather you take the $60 than be like and shipping. Raise it to whatever you need to raise it to so you can cover the shipping. I don't know. Yes, I hate this book so much. So, but if you out, I know this is a popular book, so I'm looking out for y'all. If y'all want this book, it is 50 US dollars plus shipping. Shipping is not included. Um, and it might sell out early in their little early access, but it's going to go live on October 20th. So general sale is October 21st. So I don't know how that. I don't know why they only do like one day, but whatever. Uh, you can put it in your calendar so that you can get a copy of this book. The girlies are not eating it up. The gold frayed edges, $50. That's crazy. That looks that basic. I mean, to be like, I understand. Y'all are just really like if it was just $50 and it was going to come to me, it's fine. But they're gilded, so they're not sprayed. Like that's actual gold, I guess, or an actual gold foil, and it does have a slip case. So you'll get a book in a little box to put your book in. Usually with a slip case, I would assume that also means that the cover will be a fabric. Usually not spray paint, y'all. It's gilded. It's gilded. Not me. Y'all have me defending seven husbands. I can't do this. Um, so you'll get a nice cloth bound book, I would assume. Otherwise, why does it need a slip case? Y'all did not. Okay. Well, if you don't want the seven husbands of Evelyn Hugh, the girlies, y'all aren't eating it up. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this off the screen. But I do have when I went to their Instagram, this might be a more exciting prospect for the girlies. Um I went to their Instagram to see this little the seven husbands. I wanted to pull it up because this got announced earlier in the week and Aaron sent it to me, but I have seen nobody talking about it on 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 Twitter, and I haven't seen this either. So you can also get these. These two feed into the why are we releasing special editions of books that are not that are not done? Um y'all aren't eating this up either. Oh no, very unserious. You saw those and you wanted to scream in horror. That's just cut it out. Ugly, stop. That's a joke. Like, be fucking real. Why did they cover up what looks like a good cover? So, plus shipping and handling, because as you can see, it is $98 plus shipping and handling, and you will not receive them until March or April of 2023. If you want these, they'll be on sale to the public October 18th, which is wild. So these are getting announced after the Seven Husbands, but you can order them before. Sarah needs to be stopped. They're nasty, those covers. Stop giving her money. You hate it here. You don't think they're bad, they're just too busy. I mean, I don't think these are too busy. I think that if any, this is what I'm going to say. That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand international shipping costs a lot of money, but like, it's ridiculous in our day and age where like literally everywhere else you purchase a book and you have to pay like $30, $35, $50, and then you get free shipping. Or even places like, again, Blackwell's does free international shipping to a lot of destinations. So it's like, I don't know what their operating costs are. You get rid of the weird this thing. Wait, the weird rectangular thing in the front, and then it would be better. Oh, I mean, I don't know. I like the right. I will say that I probably like these. So there's more. It also, this is the naked, it looks like. Let's see here. It is a redesigned dust jacket. So these are just dust jackets. So you guys hate the dust jackets that you spent $100 on. You can take them off. These are removable. It comes with a slip case, which you are seeing here. No, is it going to give us a? Okay, so the slip case will look something like this. I think it's weird that they're going to do like a gilded Sarah J. Maas signature on the slip case, but you know, it is what it is. Digital sprayed edges, the digital design that, you know, y'all, the people didn't seem to be eating up, but you know, foil on the hardcover, which I think you can kind of get. It'll look something like this. This one says, you know, one. This one we don't get to see, but I'm assuming that it would be, oh, here we go. It'll look like this. Looks like it has some red at the top, and then it'll go into that little design. Not through love, all is possible. This is actually kind of pretty. This is probably the nice Hunt has ever looked. So, I mean, love that. If you imagine him as a big black man, you know, he looks a little bit nicer, I guess. What is on the back? Light it up. See, light it up. I don't know if we can. I don't understand the lightning. Like, I get the lightning because it has Hunt, but you know, it is what it is, right? Let's see here. Let's scroll back up, see if the Roman gladiator. You're starting to think these recent special editions are a social experiment. I mean, I think that could be true. Too busy, low key, cute. You can fairy loot. Please stop, for the love of God. You've never read her books. Are they even that good? They're not the best. Some of them are good, but some of, like, they're not like, you know, end all be all of literature. You like Sarah Janet's covers better than the plain Evelyn Hugo. I agree. I think that the Evelyn Hugo is giving like a classic book from like 1920, and I don't need that. They should do special editions for less popular authors and debut. I mean, they do that. Like, this is, so here's the thing. This is kind of what you were talking about earlier, which is why I brought this up. Like, this is a series earlier we talked about, I don't understand the point of doing a collector's edition, which is what some of these special editions are, like your Illumicrate, your Owl Crate, your Fake Crate, whoever else is out there doing special edition boxes. I know there's like the romance books do it. Um, all of these companies, they make these special editions that are collector's items for like books that like are coming out at the same time. So like there are so many debuts that get an Illumicrate edition that for authors I've never heard of, but it's like why would I want to like why do I want that? Why do I want I don't know you. So I think that to me it does make sense to only do special editions for things that are popular or in demand. I think that it's weird that there are so many they like I think it's cute. Like I know that when I think there was like a special edition for maybe Cemetery Boys. I know there was a Barnes and Noble edition. So like I think it's like cute when they get one, but some of those books are just not good and they're bad. And so it's like, why do you need a special edition for this bad book? Is that a tooth? Maybe. Let's go back to the let's see. Well, that's a gladiator helmet, which I don't understand because I mean I guess because the big bad is I don't know in the government. And then a snake. You like it without the dust jackets. Aaron just likes them. They're removable. It's better. I would love a special edition of Yoke or My Malice. Okay, so y'all like the naked hardcovers. What? It's a good time. Listen, we ain't ever getting free of Lighted Up. I don't even think Lighted Up. I know. Spoiler alert for House of Sky and Breath. But we do see Danica in House of Sky and Breath in like what is Danica, what was her life like kind of a way. But I don't think Lighted Up is actually said in House of Sky and Breath. So that was just them going, we need quotables. And the naked is nice, not $100 nice, but nice. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Two of the corn. I mean, you should have seen that coming. You should have seen it coming. Welcome back. Welcome back. You would love a special edition for N.K. Jemisin. That's fine. I can see that. That makes sense. Those corn, y'all are calling them corny, but like those are the standouts. Those are the quotables. Those are the ad libs. You think you're more annoyed by how many the same authors get special editions? Like it's the same people always getting them? I mean, from a reader's perspective, I get it. And especially someone like me, I read a lot of contemporary. I don't really read, I mean, I read Sarah's books and I have read other books by people like I read R.F. Kwong and both of her books got special editions or both of her little series. I'm still upset with myself. I got this close when those the Poppy War ones came out because they sat on the Illumicrate webs. Talk about racism. Those R.F. Kwong books sat on the Illumicrate website, not sold out for like days. Days they sat there, and I was like, I don't need to buy them. And then I finally went to purchase, and they were sold out. Um, so like, but I do think that things like the archives they do better of like getting new people. Like there weren't special. They were not only were there not special editions of the Greenbone saga. The original covers are kind of questionable. So like I get why they do the same every time because like those people are obviously bringing in money, and they're writing in genres that people want to have multiple copies of books. There are very few. Like I think that if contemporary, let me get some water. I do think that the romance book boxes have proven that regular contemporary readers will buy multiple copies of a regular contemporary book. But the book boxes are still like we read sci-fi fantasy and they be picking the corniest books. Ooh, Yoke is gonna be the first Mary. That's a little hard hitting. For me, you're not buying special editions for a book unless I loved it no matter how pretty. That is fair and valid. Yeah, I think she does have the notoriety to buy it up. Like, why have both Dust Jacket and the actual cover with the pretty design? I mean, that's fair. That's you gotta it's giving you variety. So like some days you can have the cover on, and some days you can take the cover off. For trilogies in the series, I get it with the price. I mean, sometimes I think about that too. Like, is for these 2 books specifically, $98 it's the shipping, because if I were to purchase 2 regular adult hard price books, it wouldn't be $90, it would be expensive. It wouldn't be $98 expensive, but it would not be a cheap thing. So, like, sometimes I think about it in that context, and it's like, "Okay, I get it." Um, but then it's like the shipping for me. So it's like, "Okay, sure, I'll spend $100 on these 2 things." But with this isn't complete. So next year or the year after, we're gonna get House of I think it's going to be let me grab this little book because Sarah has come out and said that she is not giving us 4 books in this series. So I think the next one is gonna be Flame and Shadow, because ending your series on House of Many Waters would be stupid. So that's my guess. We can lock it in now. But in a year, you're gonna have to purchase another one, and if we base on the Evelyn Hugo, it's gonna be another $50 plus shipping. And I think that's where it gets to be a little questionable. Light It Up is said with Bryce and her corny ass hunt. Go back to the beginning. I mean, you can, but the rest of us are gonna stay in the present. You're better than me, not gonna lie. Your only saving grace is you don't do it often. Ad libs, more like I'm dead. You stopped House of Sky and Breath at 60% and taking a break. I love that for you. Octavia Butler deserves special editions. Her original covers are absolutely rancid. I could see re-releases, but special editions for authors that have passed is a little feels exploitative. I mean, if the author is I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there are some past authors that have like a well-established like their estate. So sure. Because they keep putting out special editions of the Lord of the Rings. I mean, not through a book box, but regular publishing. I can take this off the screen. We can come back up because we're gonna do our next sprint here, probably at the top of the hour. So that's what we're gonna do. Top of the hour, we're gonna read. We're gonna get back to what we came here for because we've only done one sprint in 2 hours. Let's see here. Where was I? You're gonna be reading The Fellowship of the Ring. It's not a charity, y'all. They're trying to make money. I mean, I think Taylor Jenkins Reid sells, but to me, it's like you could put out you could have put out Evelyn Hugo, Daisy Jones, and what is that book? Malibu Rising in a set. They could have been in a set. I don't understand why they're not in a set. You could, and again, even Carrie Soto. I think the girlies would eat up a Carrie Soto. And I guess I should be happy that it's not in a set because I don't have to purchase this Evelyn Hugo as part of a thing that I don't want. But do I want a special edition of Malibu Rising? Absolutely. Absolutely. Where is it? I will have it on my bookshelf. You will get my $48 in shipping and handling. Oh, yeah, that's intense. I'm swapping. I'm reading Zodiac Academy, which is horrible. So I'm doing the first 20-minute. We're doing 45-minute sprints today. So for the first 20 minutes, I'm reading Zodiac Academy. And then the second 20 minutes, I'm giving myself a 5-minute break because reading for 45 minutes is not in my wheelhouse. So for the second 20, I'm reading the Book of Gotel by, what is even this person's name? Let's see here. Mary McMine. That's different because Mary H.K. Choi is that girl, and I was not bored. I mean, I know it's not out, but that's the thing is I personally, they do this. There was a time where the little book boxes would give you a special. Y'all, I remember this time. It was a wild time to be alive, but you would get book 1 in a series. They would give you this special fancy edition where it's going to play pretend. This is book 1, right? And then, book 2 would come out. Siri, why are you no one's trying to talk to you. Book 2 would come out and it would never match. And I understand that now the book boxes are getting better and they'll set up, a special pre-order thing and it's not always in the box. But I don't understand I don't get the point of buying the special edition thing. And then sometimes it'll be a book like Cemetery Boys was a one-off standalone. And now there's going to be a sequel, a spin-off, something else happening in that world. Probably because all of Aiden's other books seem to be flopping. His little Peter Pan book is flopping. The Sunbearer Trials. I don't think it's out yet, but I have not seen anybody talking about it. So I think we're going back to what put him on the map. I think that's what that motivation was, because that book does not need a sequel. So it's like, why would I buy special editions of things that I can't get as a collection? Just wait. Like, there's no reason to jump the gun and put out House of Sky. Like, you already didn't put out a special edition of House of Earth and Blood. And you didn't put it out when House of Sky and Breath launched. This is launching a special edition for this book in October it's just weird to me. Obviously the girlies don't agree. It usually is a lot of fantasy. It's a lot of YA. But sometimes there'll be contemporary. I know that Illumicrate did a special edition of Portrait of a Thief, and I'm still upset I didn't get it. And they did another one. So like occasionally I know Illumicrate does. I think they also have their little Afterlight box. So those are more that's actual romance, which competes with the Bookish box. I think it is that does romance. So like sometimes contemporary finds its way in. I haven't seen any lit fic, and I don't know if any that do regularly. Like, you can just subscribe and get really pretty contemporary lit fic books. That doesn't seem to be a market. And I feel like that is a underserved market, because I would definitely love really pretty editions of those kinds of books. You gave it away. You read the first part of House of Earth and Blood, you put it down. Not calling them dogs. Having them sold as complete versus 1x1 or 2x2 is where I'm iffy. Exactly. Y'all are gonna drag me. Y'all are. It's okay though. I don't think I ever hauled these on the channel. But did I purchase those ugly and obscenely offensive Mortal Instruments? I did. They're here, annotated, signed. They're in my possession. So probably the most I've ever spent on a book. But I love it for me. I can't with y'all calling them dogs. Came here to be reading and chatting is fun. I don't like when I go into the reading sprints and it's just like all we're doing is reading. So if I have to do 45-minute sprints to justify how long we talk, we'll do 45-minute sprints. And again, I encourage y'all to break it up however you need to break it up. Do 2 15s and a 10-minute break, or like a 15-minute break, however the maths. But I'll be quiet to allow for 45 minutes of reading. Hello, welcome. You're reading The Housewarming. I have not heard of this. If we weren't about to sprint at a clock, I would pull it up on Goodreads. Imagining a $200 price for a complete set of books, and honestly, I'm kind of glad for one. I mean, that makes I get if you start the series, when House of Earth and Blood dropped, they did it, I would get it. But to drop just 2 when it's going to be a trilogy is weird. I'm not sure to stop at book 3, but she actually does. You're done. Malibu Rising rocks, though. I'm near the end of Excuse Me While I Ugly Cry. Yes, it is. It's getting something. It's getting a continuation. I don't know if it's a sequel or a prequel. Characters are crossing over, but we are returning. I mean, I know that they do, but I think that there is definitely the fact that there is the Afterlight subscription box, which has a wait list, that there's those other independent romance book boxes that are doing well enough to stay in business. I think that other readers would buy those things, even if it wasn't on a monthly basis and it was just quarterly. But if every 4 months you could get a really pretty really pretty edition of a book. But here's the thing, like, some of these are not books again, like, when you think of, like, a Lumicrate, like, the regular month-to-month subscription, or even their Afterlight where it comes out once a quarter, like, those aren't books that you necessarily already own. It's not like their archive box, which is complete series and things. So it's like you don't already have to own it. It's just having the opportunity to get a really pretty contemporary that you are going to like that you might be interested anyway. Special editions, they're not gonna match, especially for the cost. You like my series of books to match and rather spend the money on a set because you can put I mean, you can like I think that there's more potential, but they're pretty. Not unse yes. Yeah. They were not a secret. I think I could have sworn yes. Wow. Yes. Yes. Here's the thing. So the images online did not do them justice, but they're not the prettiest. Sarah said she would write as many books in the series. No, she didn't. She did anyway. I'm doing good. You're reading Isha Fake's 10 minutes and 38. I've never heard of this. I've never once heard of this. This is the book that we are going to go onto Goodreads and we're going to read the synopsis for when we are done with our next sprint. But it is time to sprint because we have been talking for entirely too long. So we are going to do that. We are going to pull up our little kitty cat. The cat is going to do little kitty cat meowings. It's not my cat. It's not your cat. It's the internet cat, and it's going to let you know that we're done reading. Welcome back. So, once again, I was doing the thing where I. What was I doing? So, I listened to like 10% now, I think. No, I think I actually saw 7% of The House of Godel. Still the better book that I am reading at the moment. Let me just pull it up. So, I'm at 9%, almost at 10. Finished chapter 2. Felt like a good place to leave that. So, I stopped there. And then I read some more of Zodiac Academy. And my issue with this is that we start the book and these girls are seemingly like full-fledged adults. They're 18 years old. They are trying to get some rent money. Like they are no longer in school. And so they get whisked away to the land of the Fae or whatever, some, what we're doing here. And it's giving like high school. It's not giving college. Like it doesn't feel like we have progressed into a university setting, even though like I get that it's an academy. And I feel like Caroline and Suzanne are using this term academy to kind of get around, is it high school? Is it a university? And it's just not working. Like, where are you going in college? Are they giving you detention? Like, ma'am, why is this in the book? So I don't like it. It's still giving like this. I understand that it's going to become a like a bully romance situation, but at the current moment where we're at, it's giving middle school. It's not giving these are adult characters in adult situations doing adult things. So hate that for the culture, hate that for me, but I'm going to go ahead and catch up with my comments. I see that y'all are saying that she has stated, she being, Miss Sarah, that the House of Earth and Blood, the Carson City series, is not going to be just a trilogy, and that she said in a series it's going to be as many books as she wants it to be. What I'm going to take that to mean, again, spoilers until probably 5 minutes from now, but even in the comment section. So if you have not read, you know what? No, I won't be very specific. But I don't think I guess I have to be. If you don't want to know how House of Sky and Breath ends, just wait until the Pommel Kitty comes back up to be perfectly safe, because this is a live event, so I can't give you a timestamp. But what I'm going to take that to mean is that the events that happen at the end of that book are going to continue on in the remaining books in the ACOTAR spinoff series. That there's going to be ramifications at the end of, I'm still going to call it House of Flame and Shadow because I think that's the next logical one. Although for the amount of time they spent on the water, you would think that House of Sky and Breath would have been called House of Many Waters, but I digress. So whatever happens in Flame and Shadow or Many Waters, I think is going to lead in to Elaine's book, and we're going to continue on and see the fallout over there. I don't think necessarily that it's going to be 8 books in Crescent City. Although if Crescent City continues to be this like urban fantasy crime fiction series, because the first book was a murder mystery and the second book was a missing persons case, she can continue on for forever, because them crime dramas, they never end. Exactly. ACOTAR was supposed to be ACOTAR is still a trilogy. Like that, it definitely has a definite end. Like, can you read the Nesta book? Yes. But the Nesta book does not set up. She's also said in interviews that the spin-off books aren't going to have like this really overarching plot. And so I would still say that ACOTAR is a trilogy that is concluded. And if you like Rhysand, I say please do not read. Don't read A Court of Silver Flames, because while I know he's a trash man, and I've known since he appeared in the books, people that like him, I don't know how you like him after Silver Flames, because that's him at his most Rhysand, like peak Rhysand, and it was disgusting. Welcome home. I saw that you had dinner. Hopefully it was delicious. Just got a text from the Strand. They have a book subscription box called the Book Hookup, and it comes with a signed first edition, a paperback, and other bookish goodies for $50. I wonder if this $50 includes shipping. That's my new curiosity, I think. Read about 20 pages of The Party of the Orange Tree while playing with your dogs. I love that for you. Oh, this is another thing that I wanted to talk about, because thank you for giving me this excellent little moment. I'm not going to read the description for this book, even though I think it's supposed to be a spinoff. I think it's supposed to be a prequel. Yes, it's called Book Zero, and we're going to stop sharing that screen so I can share. Let me actually go over here really quick so I can just zoom in on this monstrosity so I don't even accidentally spoil anything for you. Oh, I am about to. My laptop is saying it's gonna die, so let's not have that happen. Sorry, just give me a moment. Okay. Chrome tab, because this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. And who allowed this to get published? Who allowed this to be published? Who said, you know what we need, Samantha? We need another 880-page book. That's what we want from you. I want to know who asked for this and where she found the time for this. Homegirl has been writing the same series. The little bone clocks, is that what it's called? The first one, the bone clocks, and her other books. That first book came out when I first joined BookTube a decade ago. A decade ago, that book was getting talked about. So how she wrote 1,600 pages and what was supposed to be a standalone fantasy. Standalone. There was a whole hype of Priori. And here's this. I'm not amused. And the cover is hideous. Let me take the comment down just so you can get the full effect. But this is hideous. This Bloomsbury electric chair. Thank you. Back to the comments. Let's see here. Where was I? Read 30 pages, 6%. Started making some food. The next sprint is going to be our last. So when we do that, it's going to be our last little time. You did a guided yoga practice and listened to Delilah Green Doesn't Care, hoping it picks up. I hope it picks up for you too. Ate dinner and you watched a short video. 8% more of ACOWAR in the middle of her coming out monologue. There's a coming out monologue. The more you know. Now on page 68, still entertaining and keeping your attention. You're reading book 2 in the Zodiac Academy. Are you one of the people that really liked the first book? Like, I have questions. I have questions about what people liked about this book. And so if you have answers, I would greatly appreciate it. 22% of A Line in the Dark. Finished your comic and you're getting to Legends and Lattes. Okay, look at you. Love that. Just joining. How are you enjoying Book of Godel? I loved it, but it's not for everyone. Very atmosphere driven. I'm enjoying it so far. I like when a what is the word I'm looking for? A fairy tale retelling is done right. And this feels like it's being done right. And I'm excited. I hope. This is actually what I really want. What I really want is for what happens in the prologue to come back into play. Because if it was just like a setup for me to get the book, I would have just much preferred the book to start with chapter 1 and to not have the prologue. So if the prologue has nothing to do with the rest of the story, it'd probably be like a 4-star book for me at the moment. But right now I'm enjoying it. Sarah. I mean, it probably is. Maybe when her little Hulu show drops and it's a flop, maybe the books will stop coming. Maybe that's what she needs. She needs, because right now she is like running on, bestseller after bestseller after bestseller after bestseller after bestseller. And so maybe when the bestseller flops and she'll be humbled and she'll pivot to something else. You just checked, and yes, the $50 does include shipping in the US, but not international. It's a step in the right direction. It's a step. Not. I'm happy. So many times, I'm like, this cover is hideous, and y'all are like, I like it. It's okay. What are you talking about? And so, okay, I feel like we're on the same wavelength for once, and I appreciate it. Yes, the words are barely legible, and they are outlined, which is it's weird because I feel like most book covers, they don't actually do like a stroke around the wording. Like they might emboss it, they might do it like a drop shadow, but this is like just outline. Like they hit the stroke and it's weird. I mean, I don't think that it does. I think that Pride of the Orange Tree is a bad book, but I definitely don't need a prequel. Like, I don't need a prequel, and I won't spoil anything, but the synopsis of the second one makes it sound like the dragon aspect is going to have, like, another like, it's gonna play a big role in the story, and that doesn't make sense to me based on the first book. The graphic designer needs to start back at the basics. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I do agree. You finished Tempted by Danger by India Carter, and it was good for a debut. You have not read any Sprint this week. Well, hopefully, we got one more. This will be the moment where you pick up your book. You feel like for Zodiac, I just need to read and accept the convenient holes and shallow world building because you're curious to see if the payoff is reading all of the series. I love that for you. I don't think I have it in me to read all of the series, but I do hope that if you invest all of that time, that it works out for you. 50 pages getting ready to go out. Hopefully you have a good time. You feel neutral about the prequel. Probably get a library copy to see if you enjoy it. The Bone season. Sorry to the Bone Clocks. Whoever wrote you, didn't mean to slander you like that. 62% of 10 minutes 38 seconds. I said that we were going to look that up on Goodreads, but honestly, I cannot be bothered. So, but this is still a very interesting title. The other okay, yeah. You have no idea what the Bone season was by the same author. Yep, it is, and it's been trickling out over the 10 years. I like the colors as colors. Do I like the colors as they are utilized? No. And I understand like why this has like a bunch of blues because Priori has a bunch of oranges. It's very warm. And I think this is supposed to look complementary next to that. So like I understand like what they're going for, but I think that they still missed the mark. I think they missed the mark. And I think it's wild that in today's like Samantha Shannon is a whole white woman and she out here using Asian imagery to sell her little fantasy world. Like y'all are dragging like people rightfully drag Jay Kristoff, but Samantha Shannon does the exact same thing in Prior of the Orange Tree. Like the one, country, the one civilization is very Asian coded, and then the other one is very coded as white, and they're pitted against one another based on their worshiping of the dragons or the worms wherever they are in the world. But one of those worlds adopts entirely Asian aesthetics, and the other, and she's a white woman. So it's wild that y'all are letting Smith and Shannon get away. And I'm not saying that one should do it and the other one shouldn't, but it's just like y'all just like I think people just really hate Jay Kristoff because he's a creeper. But I'm gonna let the girlies do what they doing. I know, right? It's wild. You love the cover of Prior, you're obsessed with it, so the fact that the other one is ugly is even worse. Rip. Wasted months of your life. I don't want to spoil the final battle because someone in the chat is reading the book. We're reading like she's reading the book. Don't wanna to my knowledge, again, people can come out the woodwork and they could be some identity I would have never thought, like never guessed that she could come out tomorrow and be like, I'm actually from a country I've never heard of. Never heard of. Um, but from my knowledge, my limited research into the magazine, she's a whole white woman. So I don't want to spoil it. I don't think you're gonna hate it. Most people really like Prior the Orange Tree. I did not like Prior the Orange Tree. But I will say that if you are a fan of Twitches, if you were like when Halloween rolls around and you're like, yes, Twitches, yes, I can't wait to watch Twitches, then you are going to love the final battle of Prior of the Orange Tree. But if you don't like Twitches, I don't know if you're gonna like the final battle. More of a where was it? More of a color book kind of cover. I can see that. I don't think it's the ugliest color, but it'll be better with less information on it. Yeah. I don't like how they have like a novel we can pull it back up for a second just because I don't want to like talk and you guys can't even see what I'm talking about. Okay. So obviously, let's make me a little bit smaller. Actually, I can just leave entirely. So basically, we have this circle that literally nobody cares about, but it's going to be on there because priority was on the list. Then again, we have like this weird stroke effect that is so wild to me. And I think it's interesting that the blue stroke effect, it's blue. So it's like blending into wherever like it's falling on the dragon. So I don't even know why the stroke is there. But the worst part about all of this is one, Bloomsbury completely fades into the background, but so does a novel. Like, why is it's wild? It doesn't make sense to me. Don't like it. So I wish they would do something there. But that's all I had to say about that cover. We can come back to me. What the little battle? I mean, again, it was giving twitches. So it could have been 4 to 5 pages, but it was twitches. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's worth it, but I know people really do like it. So if it sounds interesting to you, it could be. But they never will be. They do need to be consistent, but I don't hold my breath for that. The thought process the authors go through to create their covers, I would like to be a fly on the wall. I mean, I don't think that Samantha Shannon came up with this. I mean, she might have come up with the idea of like, maybe we could do something blue, but I don't think Samantha Shannon came up and said, "This is what I want." I think Samantha Shannon is there? Probably just because she's one of the 3 people at Bloomsbury that the Bloomsbury Instagram account talks about, but I don't think this is her idea. But I would like to be on the marketing meetings. Yes, it was giving twitches. It was giving twitches. I think there's an old tweet of me when I finished the book talking about it because it was twitches. It was it was that. Like if you go and I think the clip is on YouTube. If you go watch like the final battle of Twitches and then you go read the fight scene, tell me it's not Twitches. Tell me it's not. You got halfway through and got so bored. It is very long. It is very, very long. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Why Twitches? That would be a spoiler. It would be a spoiler. But if you watch Twitches and you see how they defeat the bad person, the evil entity, and then you go watch and you read it's the exact same. So I don't want to spoil anything, but that's why, because it's literally the exact same thing. I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. And you know what? Shout out to Samantha Shannon. She said, I'm going to give you I don't know if I would say no say because I do watch Alexa Dunn, and Alexa Dunn has talked about the cover creation process. And so, again, I don't think Samantha Shannon drew this cover and said, "Here you go." But I do know that especially for someone of again, Samantha Shannon is one of like 5 people that Bloomsbury talks about and actively promotes on their social media. So I do think that they asked her like, "What do you envision?" And they give them like a list of vibes and things. So I don't want to say like there's no say. I think Samantha Shannon is at a point where she knew what was happening with her cover and it didn't come to her. Although, like, there are some authors who, when they do their like arc unboxings and their cover reveals, the cover is, and even Kyla Zhao over for Berkeley on, I know it was part of her newsletter, but I think she just like posted a link on her Twitter and she detailed the process that she had when they were asking for her cover, and she's a debut author, so even someone who isn't a like Samantha Shannon level person. So I don't want to say like there's no cover, like there are like they get input, but it's not like if they hate the cover, they can be like, I don't want this. Eventually, like at some point, the publisher is going to be like, well, we have final say. Um, for most authors. Let's see here. Party of the Orange Tree was just bad as She Became the Sun. I don't know why they remind me of each other. They're both long and boring and a little tedious. She Who Became the Sun is only worth reading because of the audiobook. If you read that book physically, I can't imagine you have a good time. It is a lot, and that seems unnecessary. She Became the Sun was boring. You DNF'd it. Did you read it physically, or did you read it physically, or did you listen to the audio? I'm gonna guess because you DNF'd it that you read it physically. Also DNF'd it. Or it could be, I guess, any of the other ones above it, but I'm assuming you also DNF'd. You don't understand why there is pink on the cover. They could have stayed with the orange, would have made more sense. I mean, I think that it's supposed to be like a sunset type of vibe, maybe like the sun is going down, so there's pink in the sky. I don't mind that there's like fuchsia on the cover. I think it works with like the really bold blues that they have chosen to go with, but it's just not working. Cohesive like elements work. The whole thing as a composition does not. I mean, it's sometimes I'm sure that happens. Again, I don't work in publishing. I'm not the not the end all be all most knowledgeable person. Let's see. We will do the next sprint. I'm thinking because it's 7 now. We'll do it at 15 so we can end at the top of the next hour. So that's what we're gonna do. So everyone get prepared. 8, you have 7 more minutes to get what you need to get done. It's very subjective. Oh no, we're over here. 10 minutes 38 is about a sex worker in Istanbul who was murdered, but her brain still functions for 10 minutes and 38 seconds, or her life flashes before her eyes, and you follow her remembering her life and what happened. That is utterly fascinating. I don't know if I would want to read that book, but it is a fascinating concept and not one that I have seen done before. So that's interesting. Like is very subjective. I understand why it's polarizing for audiences, is not deep. I wonder how the revenge growth will go through the characters though. I wonder again, for me, it's giving like if this was like actually giving young adult or even young adult, I could probably give it give it what it is, but it's giving middle school. Like it's giving like this is giving like I wrote this when I was a child. It doesn't read like adults wrote this. It's so for me, I don't think I can continue on, but I love that you are willing to put in the effort to get this answer to see if the revenge is gonna, how they're gonna grow from that. You listened and still DNF'd. Wow. The first Zodiac was like watching a very bad movie on a Sunday and you just want to turn your brain off. It was entertaining and you'd watch the next bad movie a couple of Sundays later. That's fair. If again, like I think bad movies are infinitely more like I'm willing to put up with a bad movie before I'm willing to put up with a bad book. Just be am I though? I don't know. Maybe. It depends. In my head, I think I am. But I just this book is not good. It's so bad. It's highly uncomfortable how bad it is. I did read She Became the Sun. I read it in June, I think. Sounds about right. You didn't have the Sun book. It was too boring. It really is boring. It really does drag. Beautiful writing and a little slow burn. Okay. If you check it out, I really like the look into a life in Turkey. At this point, you've had 2 flops in a row. So if Priori isn't good, you'll be mad. I feel like most people who know that they like Priori like it the entire way through. So if you have been enjoying it so far, you're probably going to enjoy it all the way through. There was never a moment where I was like, I love this book. I'm having a wonderful time. It was always just like, okay. I, if we're being honest, so it was like 2 years ago. The group chat had organized a like read along situation for this book, and Erin, Miss Booked and Busy, she had dismantled the group because they were supposed to read like 100 pages a day, but Erin had like read to page like 300 on like the second day of their little buddy read. And so I said, well, I guess I could just catch up with the rest of y'all because she gonna run away. And then the gag is it's 2 years later and I finished the book and Erin is still on page 400. So that's my little moment. I read She Became the Sun physically. You had to read it on audio at 3 times speed. You never do to get to the end. Not listening to random noise. I think the audio is good, but the audio is only good because of the narrator. It doesn't like make the book more engaging. If the author is famous or has influence, they have a say in their covers generally. Like Taylor and Reed have a say, at least final approval. If you're debuting or not famous, good luck. Again, I know that Kyla Zhao is a debuting author and she talked about this, and this can be different for every author depending on your imprint. Obviously. Yeah, the content is still. Can I click things? The content is still the same. At least with bad movies, you get a visual comedy. Your imagination can only stretch so far. That's fair. Mm, okay, look at that. So I'm pretty sure that people have talked about this on BookTube if it was a Booker Prize, so I can go see some more reviews. Still haven't finished, and she was loving it too. I She said that she was gonna wait. She was gonna like wait for the people to catch up, and then we had like bullied her, and so we had talked her out of finishing it because she was having a good time, and she had to slow down for the slow readers to give the slow reader rights. And you know what? I don't know if she still has 2 copies. She might have Pangoed. Yes, yes. We were in the middle of this buddy read, and Samantha Shannon, because it was all in quarantine, and so Samantha Shannon was, like, doing some quarantine cleaning, Marie Kondoing, and she said, "Hey, I have some extra editions of some of these books." And so Erin she has a signed copy. The copy might even be personalized that she reached out and got from Samantha Shannon, and she has still not finished this book. It's the original vampire reading vlog. We're just waiting for the read, and it's been 2 years. There ain't no way she remembers those first 400 pages. So she's gonna have to sit there and read the preceding 8 like 4. She gonna do the whole thing. But this book, the little prequel, it comes out February 28th, 2023. So maybe, maybe Bloomsbury's gonna hook her up and we'll get a 1-2 punch. You're You do it all the time if you stop reading a book, even when you're really liking it, then it's over for that book. Damn. Yet I am waiting. She announced again. This is another. Usually, when Aaron and I buddy read a book, it's a good. We get through the book. 50 Words for Rain by Asha Lemme. We we read and finished. We did another one. We no, we did not buddy read. Honey Girl, we read that book at a similar time, and we read Rise to the Sun by Leah Johnson at a similar time, but those were all successful buddy reads. Crescent City was a flop. We we were buddy reading Empire the Vampire. Aaron, Monet, and I. Aaron was the one who was like really spearheading this buddy read. She had created the group chat. Monet and I finished this book. Aaron, I don't know where Erin is. I don't know where Erin is with that. So I've been waiting for a year to hear her thoughts on Empire the Vampire for a buddy read that she organized. Crescent City Book One. Yes, because I need the thoughts on Empire the Vampire. Not still adding books. I don't know, but I'm sure I'll get a text message from her. I'm sure she's like at the gym, she making dinner, but it is 15, so it's time for the Pomo Kitty to come back to the screen. So let me select that. We're going to read for our final 45 minutes. I'll make a little banner so in case anybody comes into the chat, they'll know. So happy productivity to the girlies. Welcome back. I made it to page 206 of Zodiac Academy, The Awakening, book 1 in the... Does it say what the series is called? Of course not, because that would just be too much like right. See if it's at the back, along with their other mini endeavors. It is called the... I guess it's just the Zodiac Academy series. Okay. Anyway, it really is giving... It's giving middle school. It's giving Winx Club, but like not even as iconic. You know what I mean? Like it's giving all ages entertainment for something that's supposed to be a bully romance where like I think my biggest issue with this book so far is like just consent does not exist at all. And like the way that this world is structured just absolutely makes no fucking sense. And so it's like, what are we doing? Like, everybody is yelling at these two little girls, Darcy and fucking Tori, like, how are you going to be the queen if you don't even know anything about us? And it's like, they're there going, bitch, who said I want to be queen? Like, I didn't ask for any of this shit. I was trying to pay my rent and y'all dragged me into this. And even the bitch, fucking Orion, who dragged them in, is like, how dare you guys do this shit? And it's like, you literally brought them here. You brought them here. You brought them here. You brought them here. Like, what do you mean, sir? You brought them. They were trying to do their thing. They were living their best life. Like, fucking foolish. So, hate that for the culture. Hate that for them. I don't think I'm gonna rate this book just because it's even the shit. Even like Kai K is better than this, but Kai K is not getting anything higher than a 1 star. I also managed to get to, I think I read like 2 chapters of the Book of Godel, and I am definitely I will say, shout out to in theory, Zodiac Academy, The Awakening, and the Book of Godel are both intended to be read by an adult audience, and yet the Book of Godel is just like blowing straight past Zodiac Academy. We got to see some developments happen over here. It's just, bring this cover to life with Google Lens. I'll have to do that later. I'm sure the hair just moves or something. But yeah, this is good. I'm excited to get to chapter 5. I'm probably going to continue reading Book of Godel tonight. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I don't think I'm gonna read anything more of Miss Academy, The Awakening, because it's not a good time. I don't recommend it. But I don't think anybody was expecting me to read Zodiac Academy and be like, read this book. I don't think so. I will say that in the like fantasy romance indie space, this is much easier to read than the other hyped darling from Blood and Ash, which is currently sitting on top of my bookshelf in my unhaul pile. Because I tried reading it and I couldn't. I refused to read it. Like the words were like 2 inches, not even 2 inches, they were like 2 centimeters tall. It's fucking foolishness. So I don't think I'm gonna like on that scale. I guess that Academy is doing what it needs to do. You got to go. Well, I waved, but enjoy the rest of your evening. Yes. Oh, it's the Awakening series. Is that what it is? Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, let me take this off so I can take. Can I get rid of it? Thank you. There we go. And then you read a chapter and some pages of Cybele's Secret. Never heard of it. Sounds interesting. Got to page 619. You'll probably finish it tomorrow. You're tired of Feyre and Friends. Read 19% more. You're at 86%. You are so close. You were so close. You could totally. And I mean, I don't know how late it is where you are, but that sounds like very doable to finish tonight if you want to. Because for me, it's only 6 o'clock. So I feel like I could read 14% before I went to bed. No, because the thing is, like, I don't even hate it. Like, I feel like here's the thing. Like, some things are just so bad that they're bad, but some things are. How do I? Okay, I feel like to hate something, you have to like be invested in some way. Like either I had to be invested that it was going to be good, I had to be invested there was going to be things to say. I don't even think that there are a lot of things to say about Zodiac Academy because it's just not well written. Like, we can't even begin to have a conversation about the things that are poorly written because everything, like, here's the thing, if I was like 12 years old, I could eat this up. And I think this is kind of like, I don't want to say like the dangers of TikTok. I don't want to say the dangers, but this does not feel like it was like it's a college college adult bully romance, but the way that this book is written, it's it's for like people who are in middle school. Like like I don't I really don't want to be that person on the bookternet who is like talking down about like reading levels, but like this to get through this story, it really does only take like an elementary level of reading comprehension and like reading skill, and like there's just no complexity. There's like, look, I'm sure that it does. Like, I'm like, this is the thing. Like, I'm sure that the actual content is not actually age appropriate for a small child. But the way that the sentences are structured, the way that like nothing is happening, the way that like we are just like all vibing, it's for the children. Like this is not for an adult. Like, you if you want to read something kinky, just like fan fiction, just type it into the search bar. X kink fanfic, and I'm sure you'll find something. I'm sure you'll find X kink story, X kink whatever. You will find a story. Like, you can find it. I don't know you need to read this. I don't think you need to read this. I don't think you do. I refuse to believe. Like I just refuse to believe because here's the thing, like, the story could be complex as it stands right now. They have all these, everybody's a fae. I also don't know if I like who else did this? I feel like somebody else did this thing. I mean, I guess you could argue that Sarah J. Maas does this thing where, like, they're fae, but they're not fae. Anyway, like, they have, like, all these like, every magical creature you can think of is really just a fae, except for a nymph. Nymphs, for some stupid reason, are not fae, but I wouldn't put it past it if in, like, book 7, suddenly we find out that the nymphs really are fae, and, it's like this big government conspiracy and some stupid foolishness, but whatever. I will never find out. But, everybody is fae. Everybody has like these different kinds of magic. Everybody has to replenish their magic because, of course, magic is a finite resource. You can't just like eat some food and like go to sleep. You have to like do something stupid like turn into a fucking Pegasus and fly around in the clouds, or go lay out under the full moon, or force somebody to drink their blood, or hold somebody's hands while you make them cry. Like, all of this, like, there's already like built-in complexity to whatever is happening, but like nothing is happening and we're not doing anything. Like, these characters are very bland. Like, how the entire school, the entire, like, it's one thing if like the four little heads of these people are sexually harassing them, but like the four house heads, their girlfriends, this random teacher, the people on the Facebook app, everybody on Facebook, like the Facebook administrators, everybody is sexually harassing like these two random girls that they chose to get here. Like, literally nobody wanted them to be here. The girls didn't want to be here. Nobody in the institution wants them to be here. There's no reason for these girls to be here if like the only reason to bring him here is just like that's the setup for your bully romance. I hate to break it to you. You've poorly written a bully romance. And I also think that, obviously, if you're going to do an 8-book series, at some point the bully element has to leave. And so I think that constructing it in this way, this really poorly envisioned way where we're going to drag these two people into a position where they don't want to be, um, and then bully them for being here and not help them and make fun of them for being here when they didn't ask for any of this. Like, it really is written for somebody in the 5th grade. Really is written for somebody in the 7th grade. This, like, and whatever gets somebody back into reading, but I don't know if this, like, are the girlies who aren't reading gonna find this? Like, are they gonna know that this exists? I mean, clearly they will because my library purchased a copy. I'm sure it's on a Barnes& and Noble TikTok table, a Books A Million TikTok table. I'm sure, but are they going into the TikTok? Are they going into the TikTok? I don't know. If you're not on Book Talk, do you see the Book Talk TikToks? Do you see this? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, it's not giving. It's not giving. And if I really want to read some kinky shit, I can find some kinky shit to read. Like the internet, you can find anything. It exists. So, and again, like I'm not like the book is bad, but I can't even bring myself to hate it because we can't even get to like we can't even clear the first hurdle. Like the first hurdle for me to hate something, we got to be invested. And for me to be invested, I have to feel it is an indie series. It is self-published. Yeah. At least for now. Maybe someday somebody will pick. But even this doesn't feel like a self-published item that could get picked up by like a traditional publisher, because they have written so many books. Again, I'm telling you, there are 4 pages at the end of this book that are also buys. And there's no way that this deep into their catalog, and they're still writing this very basic 5th grade level. There's no way that if they got somebody at a traditional editor, that this editor could really elevate them. So whatever like editor they're working with now is not asking them to like really enrich their writing. And this is why this is free 99 on Kindle Unlimited. Like this is Kindle Unlimited writing, and I think in the ways that is like derogatory and not like celebratory of like, oh, look at Kindle Unlimited, easing the boundaries and like getting consumers the books they want in the easy. Like no, like this is like literally if 12-year-old Monty sat down at his computer and typed up a book. And so if 12-year-old Monty could write this, I think that however old Caroline and Suzanne are, they could like they could do something better. Some of the Book Talk TikTok girlies have a pretty wide reach. Okay, like I think that the Book Talk TikTok girly, well, that feels, I guess I shouldn't say Book Talk TikTok. That's stupid. That's a little redundant. I think that some of the book talkers definitely have like a wide, like a big platform, just like, some booktubers have a big platform, but it's like, do if you're book on Book Talk, it's just a bunch of books. So like I don't know if that's like really crossover. I feel like when booktubers have like a big platform, like over, I don't know, let's say like 100,000 people or 200,000 people, I feel like there are people who watch them that, read 1 book a year and read 12 books a year and also read like 300 books a year. But like, I don't know if the Zodiac Academy I don't know if those girlies are crossing over. One or two. I mean, I'm happy that they are passionate about the things that they like, but these books are not good. Like, they're just not. And they're not even like, you know what I think? You know what this is? Um, this is giving, if I hadn't really enjoyed, uh, I think this is giving what like Crush and Crave and Court and what is it, Covet? Is that the third one? Covet? I think that's what the third one is. It's giving that. It's giving Tracy Wolf, but at least Tracy Wolf, it was fun. It was like a little irreverent. It was campy. It was not taking itself seriously. And this is like also not doing that, but at least I feel like Tracy Wolf was meeting the youth where the youth are, and this is like meeting a 25-year-old person where they were when they were 12, and like, why do y'all want to be 12 again? Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up, and like by 6:20, if I'm not gone, that's what it is. But there are some comments I want to get to, and that's it. Let's see here. Sounds like writing isn't a craft the author wants to. Yeah, and there's 2 of them. You would think that between what, like, I guess I should commend them that the I don't know if they, I know sometimes when people co-author, they switch off chapters. There are 2 characters on, like, one takes one character. These 2 authors are working together really well. It reads, if somebody just gave me this book and there wasn't a cover on it, I would not enjoy it, but I wouldn't be able to guess that it was 2 people. So they have like that skill down, I guess. But that's just like, and I guess that's a skill. I guess but I've also never read a co-authored book where I was like, I can tell who was doing what. even in like the Adam Silvera and the Becky Albertalli, they have like made it public about like who wrote what, like whose character was what, and how they collaborated on the creation of that. But even there, it's not like, oh, each chapter is like drastically better or worse depending on how much you hate Arthur. Like if you like Arthur, you might not see that there's a difference. But I hate that little boy. So like aside from that one example, I am not usually being able to clock who does what. Oh, it's definitely the worst. You had a fabulous time. I know you did, and I feel like you were on crack. You know what? This is what happened. You had COVID. You didn't know it, but you had COVID, and you were asymptomatic, and you were just walking around with no taste, eating this book up. I'm sure you have, but you also read double the books that I read in a year, so there are double the opportunities for you to read bad books. I read a much more carefully curated selection of things that I think I will appreciate. And I also I don't go on Kindle Unlimited. And when I the fair few times I have picked up a Kindle Unlimited book, I was very convinced that I was going to enjoy it. So I think that also has a going for me. Like I would never have like picked this up if you had not made me read it for this little experiment. So I think that that's also very true on Kindle Unlimited. Like Kindle Unlimited is in a way where you can definitely pick up the things that you think you will like, which is another reason I don't know if this doesn't feel like a book that would cross over, because you know if you're going to want to read about twins in this random university getting bullied by a bunch of people, like that's not a huge crossover appeal. I don't see a lot of traditionally published bully romances, and maybe that's a market that actually exists. I don't know. I only know that the books that the romance people I follow read, and the bully romance seems to be a very poppin' thing in indie romance, which is weird because if it's that popular that like everybody and their mother has an independent bully romance, you would think that traditional publishing would give them one. So maybe they are, and I'm just not seeing those get talked about. You want to read it solely because the zodiac aspect has you intrigued, but it's also an indigenous practice, and I want to start hating. Um, I think that if you read this for the I think I've seen some people say that the zodiac aspect is good, but so far it's been like it's kind of in there, but I don't know if I would read it just for this. Maybe it gets more over the course of the series. Zodiac Academy is adult because of content, not due to writing or lore or maturity. It's not giving anything extreme as far exactly like even like the bullying isn't really a lot. It's just like sexual harassment on like literally everybody. Everybody's culpable. Exact. I was it for okay, I'm gonna let you listen. Listen, I know that Aaron and I don't always agree on books, but I have a hard time like I have a real hard time believing anybody that's not 12 years old had a wonderful time reading. A passable time. Like if you were, trapped on a deserted island and in order to leave or to get $1 million or whatever the case is, you had to read these books. I think you could get through them. Again, they're not horrible in any kind of like specific way. They're just like not good. So I just but with that, on that lovely note, thank you for coming out and reading with me. I've had a lovely time. Listen, no, because the joke would be on you. It would be on you. It would be shame on you. It would be, again, maybe like book two or book three or book four, like these people really find themselves. Maybe there'll be like a cliffhanger and I'll be like, I need my library to purchase. But I don't even think and there's 7 of them and they get progressively longer. Like this is cute and it's like 300, 400 pages, but they get to like 600, 700 pages. That's not a joke no more. The joke is on you. But like I said, thanks for coming out. I'm probably going to return to doing some little Friday moments. So I'll probably see you next Friday, if not sooner. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have some dinner and I'll see you when I see you.